Testing, testing. Testing microphone. Okay, I think this works. All right. Okay. So I have multiple to-dos for today. And they are all in service of making the paths better and eventually giving the player more control over the path. And the first step is to make it easier to see the generated paths. And I had the idea, because I already have a minimap system, I had the idea of showing the path on the minimap. Which means it's not shown in the game, but in the debug mode. Yeah. And there is also room for quite some cleanup. Of the minimap code. There is a whole, let me just show you. There's a whole map mode in the editor. This one right here. That doesn't do much. It's just a bitmap. I could paint in this just as I can with the texture, but it wouldn't do anything. This gets painted in automatically at program start, and it gets displayed in the minimap on the bottom left here. And that's about it. So I can hijack this and show the path. Now the question is, first of all, the debug mode, which I can enter from the game. So I can enter the game from the editor. And in the editor I can enter debug mode. And as you can see, there's no minimap here. So I'll have to put the map here, which is pretty easy, I believe. And I have to regenerate the map when on game start. After the path is generated. I'm thinking about where I can get the data for that, for the path. Yeah, Andre. How's it going? I'm fine. How are you? I can get the data from... I can walk the path, check the flood map, and color in the minimap data. Not quite sure actually. Fine, to hope more people join today. That would be nice. That would be nice. Let me take a look at the minimap. Renders the minimap. Okay, this is just I think this is just a really inefficient render pixel by pixel thing here. Or is it a texture? No, I think it's just a colored rectangle. So P. What is P set to? It's just, okay, height, OX. Okay, this is the original position of the minimap. And it gets its data from BCI. What is this? That's weird. Is it just not checked out? Yeah, it wasn't checked out. Okay, it's tile. BCI. That's the color of the block at block position. What is this? Ah, okay, clever. That removes the alpha component of the color at the map buffer position. Okay, so this is just an index into the map. Okay, so I think I can delete these. Let's look at, I have a read map function and there is a file on disk, but I don't think I'll need that at all. New map texture, okay. So I still have the texture around. Why do I have a map texture around? Colored map of the world in colored map of world blocks. Okay. Create the texture. But it doesn't use it anywhere. Okay, it's used in the editor for painting. And that's it. I have a struct too. And that's here. Let's set this to, let's comment this out and see what happens. Where is this used? Okay, tile. It's used quite often in tile.c. I'm looking for the for unused things pertaining the minimap, and then I'll rip them out. Because that was on my mind, has been on my mind for a while. And now that I'm touching the minimap after, this is a good opportunity. Okay, so this is, okay, it's reading the map, sure. IMap. That's map.c. Okay, that's interesting. I had completely forgotten that this exists. Returns most important tiles. Sorry, returns most important tiles color and tile index in quadrant around P. That's a bad description. Oh, that's for the game map, not for the minimap. Okay, so this is actually fine as long as it doesn't use the minimap. No, it doesn't. So let's rip it out of tile.c and see what happens. Write the tiles to disk. That's wrong. Read the map texture. That can go. I'll have to be careful here that there's a space when I delete with brackets. Otherwise, other functions that I need might disappear. This is the yeah, well, I do need the map structure. Let's look if it's allocated here. Oh, it is. So let's just save that. And I need the if1. Okay, this too. I need this and this. Is your webcam vertically rotated? I'm noticing now. It's just cropped on the sides in OBS. Map texture, copy bloop. Okay, let's go through this one line at a time. I don't need the map file. This is old and does something. This is really old stuff. Resize the map. Oh god, this looks complicated. Copy blueprint. Mem copy. I think I don't need the texture. So what this does is it colors in the map. It takes the... Okay, I can't build right now. It takes the world tiles and puts their color in this map texture. I mean, it's a buffer. It gets turned into a texture with this function. And then this map buffer gets used by the minimap. Let's look at the map bf nowhere. Okay, grab doesn't like that. Oh, come on, grab. Map bf star.c. Okay, there it is. That looked fine. And that's also only tile. Okay, I have marked these as obsolete, so let's get rid of them. And let's say I don't need the texture. Pretty sure I don't when I'm done with this. I need to malloc. This is actually 128 by 128. That's 16 kilobytes. Let's leave it on the heap. That's fine. Okay. Tile.c map. This is fine. Tessellate the block layer in simplified form. Okay. Lift layer blocks. Okay. So this has to go to... This is very old code of the editor. Block height. Could you care to just explain this syntax? Map height. Is that taken from my code somewhere? Did I just delete that maybe? Do I have a line number? Maybe. So that or is it this? No, it's not this. Map height. Oh, there it is. I got it. So this is in 3 parts, and it's accessing an array, but it's a 3-dimensional array in this case. So this part is the z coordinate, this part is the y coordinate, and this is the x coordinate. You could write this if I had made this is the map. This is just the struct. H is the name of the array. If I show you, I just deleted it, but it looks like this. It was something like this, H, and like this. And as you can see, I could have written 16,000 something here, but writing it in 2 parts tells me that this is a 2-dimensional array, which I could write this way, in this way, but depending on the way I intend to access this array, I can also make it 1-dimensional. Hey BO, this is POC, yes. So with this access here, it's just, well, if it would be, oh, it's H stuff. I was confused because I had read H, and then there's a, holy moly, who hurt you? Joking. I like C. Yeah, so the stuff in the brackets is, this would normally be written Z, Y, X, like this, accessed like this. But because it's implemented as a 1-dimensional array, you can compute the index yourself like this. So this is the z coordinate times the width and height of the world plus the y coordinate times the width of the world plus the x coordinate, and that's a shorthand that every game developer knows, that worked with C or C++ at least. Yeah, okay. So let's look for more map stuff. This function has to go. This one stays. Yeah, sure, you're welcome. This one goes. Color in-game map, okay. Let's see what happens. More map stuff. Let's bring that back in for a second. Tile height at. Get this also obsolete. Yeah, it adds defined but not used. Okay, so I can maybe also throw this away. Oh god. LD exit. Undefined reference of lift BS. Okay. So there's an editor mode that is obsolete that still used this function, so I can go in the editor and throw that one away too when I can find it. Actually, let's go in the .defs file, and there are the modes, and I think it was the gen. Okay, I'm now deleting the generation mode and the map mode from the editor. Block geo paint. Yes, these are still okay. What is happening? What is BF? Is that just me typing? Okay. Thank you, Grep, for scaring the crap out of me. Okay. So gen does not exist. Test SVP. Okay. Edit. Gen. This is gone, and map is also gone. No more gen. No more map. Why is this cuts out a section in BMP mode? Oh, okay. There were shared functions between the map and the texture, or shared functionality. So those are obsolete too. And this is stencil. Variable PC is not used. 1726. 726. Okay. PC is undeclared. Mixed signals here. But it's not used. Yeah. Rgen. Ugen. Anything worth keeping here? No. Okay. Let's go into new MTX. No, let's remove the MTX, which is the map texture. Let's remove that and see what happens. Because I only need the colors. I don't need a texture that's on the GPU. I only need the colors. MTX is undeclared. Thank you, I know that. Okay, that's actually it. Okay, so I can just... And let's see what happens. Okay, the maps, the molds in the editor are gone. The minimap still works. The game still starts. And stuff doesn't crash. That's what I wanted. Okay, I didn't want this H here. It's kind of a waste to have a struct for just one member, but let's keep it at that for now. Where was I going? Okay, so task is still to get the debug minimap into the to get the minimap into the debug mode and then show the generated path on there in pink or something, and then put in a simple algorithm that makes the path generation straighter. But I want the minimap to show it, just so it's easier to see. Why the texture was removed? Debugging. You mean the map texture? The map texture was just used in the editor to paint on it, but there's no reason anymore to paint on the minimap, and there hasn't been for a long time. So I just removed the texture. The data of the minimap is still there here. Just the texture for the texture that lives on the GPU, that's gone. And I know that is pretty confusing, but the minimap here that's rendered here, that's not a texture. That's thousands of small colored cubes, which is pretty stupid. A pretty stupid way to do it, but it's also the easiest. So that's why the texture was not needed. So let's go into the debug mode, and still let's look at the minimap rendering. If I can type correctly. Okay, this is the minimap. And I should just maybe this should go into another function. In another file, I mean. Because it is shared now. This should probably go into tile.c. So let's just do that. Put it somewhere here. Okay, this is actually, yeah, I mean, that's perfect. Okay. Let's see if that... okay, there's an editor specific variable here that is the center where the minimap should be centered, so let's pass that in. Let's name that P. Let's add TC. Yeah. Okay. Tile. Let's export this so that the editor and debugger can use it. Hello? Okay. And let's make this X and Y. Not sure why it's P here. Oh, these are ints. And P comes in right here. So it converts height times. Okay, this is just the offset from the bottom right corner of the screen, depending on the width, which is fixed right here, and then it renders pane. It renders a pane with alpha black color, and then for each pixel in it, it finds a it finds the block, and blocks are these, I think it's 16 by 8 tiles. It finds the current block for each pixel in the world and renders its color, and it takes the color from the minimap buffer. So that should work. That's correct. This is not static anymore. When undeclared. Need the window and edit. Okay, I need a layer. That makes sense. That's actually something I had thought about, because I will need the minimap to be able to display multiple layers. I mean, it needs to show the one I'm on in the debug mode. So it would actually need three buffers. Okay, so that is actually something I need to address. So it actually needs to look like this. This should actually be buffer. No one knows what BF stands for. Okay. Least of all me. That means let's go into tile again. Our map. We need a layer, and the layer needs to go right here, and BCI needs to be extended for the layer here. And it's called buff. And this also, okay, this is the this is how the data gets into the map, which is just looking at the world data and pulling in the tiles, the tile color, which is this. Okay. Okay, so I need a layer here, and here this is also a layer. So now I have 3 buffers for all 3 layers. This is number of layers, and this is also L. This should actually work now. That's right, we need to change this. And BF. And editor. At TC incompatible. You sure? Is it a vector 3? Of course it is. Render map. How do I... Let's just do it this way. Add tc.x, add tc.y. And this is not add tc, but I mean, add tc is just the tile cursor position, which is stored in a vector 3 in the editor because it has something to do with the height at where you place things. Yes. Layer is not enough. You need a actual z coordinate. But I don't need the z coordinate for the minimap, so I'll break it out. The editor position. Okay. So I should be able to drop to a lower level and see the minimap still, which is new. This minimap had not changed levels before. So that's pretty cool for a start. And theoretically, all I need to do to get this into the debug mode is call the render function. So this is in render editor. So I'll go into the debug, and there's a render debug, and I'll just throw it in there somewhere at the end, I guess. Maybe here. And that's debug position and debug layer. And that should do it. Yes, there we have the debug mode. Okay, so let's commit that as the first step. Okay. Good. So now we can visualize the path. Which means destructively. I mean, I don't even have to do it destructively. But I should, maybe. It means when the path has been generated, I paint it into the map buffer. That means I'll have to generate the map anew every time the path generation finished. And maybe also clean it up. But I'm not sure if that's necessary. Because I maybe want to look at the path when back in the editor. But at any rate, this is what happens. So, sorry. So this read map function is called right down here. And there are other mallocs, so I'll just move it over there. That looks good. And then this is generate map. What is IMAP? IMAP is... This should have thrown an error if it didn't exist. That's weird. Okay, it's map.c. Well, this is really bad naming. Let's name, or M maps also bad. MMP. MIMP, that's good. Write the tiles to this. Didn't I delete this? Right, tiles, I get that, but that's gone. I'm trying to move the minimap generation code into the... Actually, this should go into main. It should go here. Random map. This is initialize. This goes into func tile. So I initialized the minimap. And then every time I start a game, which is here, I do it again. That looks good. Physics, but IMap, UMap, OMAP, map, GP map. Okay. Let's look at what I've missed. Right, okay, that's the editor. I removed writing the map out the disk because there's no reason to. R map. R minimap. Okay, debug, same story. Okay. This doesn't do much. It should work the same. It does. But now I can use this initialize a minimap function to get the path and write it in. Maybe I should. Actually, in main, this should go into the run initialize run function, so it can reset the minimap and then paint on it, which is what I want. Okay, check out the run.c file, and I have the path right here. Right here. And I can maybe call it update minimap, which is a bit misleading, but let's just leave it at that for now. Paints path into mini map. Oh god, minimap buffer. And now that I am writing this, Should also probably rename this struct here. I'm not sure. Not sure. Too early maybe. Okay, so I have all the path nodes. I could just follow all the exits and paint the patch. Let's just try that. There may be holes, but and in the S, that's fine, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's make it 10. No, 10. Okay, patch exit. We don't really need B. And we need the original painting algorithm, this one, just to be sure. But I know it's a bright color, pink or yellow. Just want to make sure that, so exp is patch exit, which has a position and a layer, so that's good. So we have the exit. If this it's actually not enough. I want to know, well, I get the patch and all the patches of it, but I need to know which one is the one leading forward. And I do that put features. Okay, this is it. Where is it? Okay, let's just do it ourselves. So this is the... Be right back. All right, Andre, no worries. This is the exit that leads forward if the exit patch is the same as NDSI plus plus 1. So if I is less than, and yes, the number of links minus 1, and the exit patch is the same as the next patch. Is that true? Yes. So I can make this. Oh no, I do need this exit for the position in layer. So if I is less than, okay, then this is the correct exit. So I know this exit position and exit layer are what I want to draw. So layer, this is pink. And this is exp divided by the block height plus exp x divided by the block width. This may be correct. Map is undeclared. What? Okay, that makes sense. Hello. Tile. What's there's no member named Y. That's correct. Unused T. Okay. Oh, it worked. Kind of. Found some here and there. What? Okay, it's not painting in. it's not... Well, it does only paint the exits. So that's why it's so spotty. I'm not sure. But I mean, it's not that bad. I mean, the algorithm, the pathfinding. Not pathfinding, but generated paths. I mean, this looks actually quite salvageable. But it doesn't make much sense underground. There's really not much to see here. So I'll need to figure out how to make this display better. Take a short break, be right back. I have some ideas, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, be right back. Okay. I just thought about it. Actually, I think I can just not check this. And then it's okay. Nope. What happened? Oh, I have to start the game. Stupid. Okay. That's all the exits leading out from the patches. I want those inside the patches. Yes, EXA. So this is still pretty noisy, but what I also can do is increase the map size. Hey Andre, welcome back. As you can see on the right bottom corner, I have now the path colored in, but it's pretty noisy. Question: do you like Metbroschen? I think no, no. That's only some people like that. Yeah, you mean Mettbrötchen. That's minced beef, raw. Yeah, it's not for me, and I don't know anyone that eats it. So it may be more of a Bavarian thing. I'm not quite sure. The colored path in the minimap will be the playable route. Yes. That's currently the playable route, but it's pretty. I mean, there are currently 200 patches. Let's make it 100. See if that looks any better. Oh, okay. So it really hangs around in this upper left corner, but that's what I wanted to address after this, after the minimap. I think for a general idea, this minimap view is fine, maybe. It's really noisy. I could increase this size or the resolution of the minimap, and let me just check how difficult that would be. I need to go into the rendering and within height. could be a bit involved. But actually, I should maybe do this. But it might also tank performance. Is there an easier? I mean, if I draw the minimap in twice the resolution, I'll need twice the render calls. No, that's 4 times the render calls, and that would maybe be too much. So I'd have to render a texture again and that in a stencil, and that's too much. So let's just stick with this. And work on making the path straighter. So let's check this in again. Debug mini map that shows path. Debug, let's see. Run.c. Tile.c. And I had an idea on how to do that, how to make the path more straight. And the obvious, well, not the obvious, but the proper thing to do would be to either pick points on the map randomly and then draw a Bezier curve through them and fill out the patches that hit the curve. That would be one proper way. The other proper way would be to pick random paths on the map and use A* to navigate to them. But what I'm going to do is plan B, which is much easier, but also probably won't work. And that is nudging the path in a different direction. So as the path is created, I will track a vector where it goes, and I will try to keep the vector. So I'll try to keep it straight. I'll try to take exits that are in the path of the vector. I will not take exits that make sharp curves. And that may be enough to make it straighter. So let's go into the run file. And it's defined path. Not sure I get any of those solutions. We'll see the code. If you've heard of A* pathfinding, then that's one solution. And the other solution is Bezier curves, which is just imagine a piece of paper with dots on it, and you try to draw a curved lines through the dots. So you're not making them straight through the dots, but you try to paint curved lines. That's the second solution. And the third one is telling the path to not take steep curves. Yeah. I mean, I haven't looked at them in detail. They were just ideas. Maximum, I have some familiarity with BFS and DFS. The vector one seems more brute force, but I think it works. What is BFS and DFS? That doesn't ring a bell for me right now. Oh, breadth first and depth first. Okay, yeah. Is this a search problem? I mean, not sure. Write down once in Python. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. But this is not really about finding stuff. It's more about making it random, but still holding as much control over it as you can. So there are no crazy edge cases where the game is completely broken, for example. So it's more of a try and see what works best. But the pathfinding solution probably gives you the most control over the path, but it's also the most involved. So I'll just try the simple and bad solution, and maybe it's enough for a few months, and that's okay. Shuffle patch links. So this is it. So this is what I wrote down today. These are the to-dos. Create an accumulation. This ACC stands for accumulation. Create an accumulation vector of path and keep it updated. So this is the vector, the direction where the path is going currently. Sort the available patch exits by their dot product. Dot product is just the angle between two vectors. To path, more straight first. So just to recap, this function goes through all the patches in the world, which are these things, same elevation, pieces of terrain. It picks one to start with and then chooses which exits to go based on currently it's, I think, purely random. So this might be an exit it picks, and then it picks this one and then this one, and this one, and this one, and then it creates a mess currently, which looks like this on the minimap. What I want is more straight lines, so I need some heuristics on which path it should take, and it shuffles all the exits, and then it looks through them. It shuffles them just to make it random. It looks through them, it checks for, okay, don't go into dead ends, don't backtrack, stuff like that, but nothing crazy. And that's it. So now I want to make this better by adding some extra constraints on which paths the algorithm can take. So sort the paths. De-emphasize sorting if the vector is cardinal to prevent straight lines. That just means keep the path straight, but not too straight, because otherwise you have a straight line through the world, which I also don't want. That means don't disregard the sorting if you're going in a straight line already. And then prefer an angle of plus minus 20 degrees or so. And finally increase the angle if heading straight toward a map border. So these are the steps. They sound complicated, but actually they're pretty, well, I say that now, but I think they're pretty easy. So let's start with the V2F, the accumulation vector. And that is 0 at the start. If I take an exit, which is here, I add to the accumulation vector itself, and I guess I need the let me have the game open, which is a good patch. Okay, so I start here, my vector is 0, I choose this exit, which should make it not 0, but wait, let me look. I have a position here. So actually this right here is where I start, this point. When I take this exit, my vector points to here, from here to here. When I take the next exit here, then the vector points from the old exit here to here. When I take this exit, when I take this one, the vector would point to here. Now I can average the vectors over maybe 3 turns. But I can also just say, okay, my vector coming in points at 2 o'clock. So I should probably take this one or this one, not this one. And absolutely not this one. Because my vector goes in this direction here. And I think that's enough, actually. So if I I need the last position, or maybe XP. Let's name this VP. It is 0 here. VP is equal to P. And then here, V gets updated to, well, I need to know the exit. So I can do this here actually. So let's look at this again. I go this exit, and then the vector is exp p minus vp. Then we normalize this. Normalize. Oops. And then VP is equal to exp p. Do I not have normalize function for 2f? Great. Is that correct? Well, I can actually make this a 3D vector. Let's complicate this a bit. Make it 3D, because I do go underground. And if I'm underground, I don't want to go up one patch later. So let's just make it 3D. This is the same. Oh, these positions are. Just keep it 2D. But why do I have no normalize function? Okay, I have a length function. That's good. Length. Is that correct? I think so. Okay, invalid initializer. That makes sense. P equals p.x, p.y. XPP. So the vector points from the start position to the exit, and it gets normalized from 0 to 1, and then we save the exit as the next start position. This is just problems with my naming schemes. Set but not used. That's correct. Okay. Let's not use it right now. But first test. This works. So we have the vector and have it updated. Sort the available path exits by the dot product to path. Okay. Let's look in the nav.c for the qsort. Okay, it's not here. I did use a qsort somewhere. It's in loot. Or was it? What is it? And also in object. Okay. I mean, luckily these are already in an array that I can sort in place. Let's just break this out. Do I shuffle them first? I mean, there's no shuffling if I sorted them. So it's either or. Sorting or shuffling. That's kind of a bummer. And let's bury this with the int r. And use v, okay. Bury the variables with the commented out stuff. Then let's read up on qsort. What is this? Okay. Why does it scroll this way? It's weird. Oh, is this more weird? Okay. Qsort function sorts an array with n elements of size. The base argument points to the start of the array. The contents of the array are sorted in ascending order. We did that. What happened? Did anything happen? Andre? The contents of the array are sorted in ascending order according to a comparison function pointed to by compare. Okay. That's pretty easy. So let's get where's the comparison function? Comp this. Okay, so these are struct exit. I do need some extra data. I need the original point. How do I pass this? But do I have to sort this? I don't have to sort this. Let's do it the even more stupider way. Not sort this. Keep the shuffle. And just discard, no, take the first exit that is within plus minus 100, plus minus 20 degrees. So let's read up on the dot product, because I'm never quite sure about that one. Well, there it is. If the vector, if the value is greater than 0, they are close together. If it's less than 0, they are pointing. What does obtuse mean? What is the value of? Oh, it's 90 degrees, I guess. Oh, there it is. 30. What? This is mirrored. You can't. Yeah, sure. Okay. So, if it's less than 8.866, maybe. I guess so. Who knows? Dot. That's not dot. What have I called the dot product? Dot. It's dot. And dot to f. No dot to f. Must be this, no? Dot product. Okay. So if the dot product of the, let's call it v2, which is v2 is this is v2. No. From this, which is VP to the exit. Yes. It's the dot product of v2 and v is less than, what was it? Less than this is okay. I need to take the confusing myself. Acute means greater than 0. Okay, so then it's just greater than 0.7. Okay, let's make this less than, then continue. Just let's make it 0. Let's make it 0.5. State, I mean, this is v2. V is equal to v2. That should work. Okay, it doesn't find a path. Doesn't like that either. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. And it looks... I mean, it looks better. And this is progress. But there are many where this doesn't work. I mean, there has to be, if this is too strict, it should, of course, retry with a less strict rule. If vp.x or let's make it like this. Well, VP is not null. That's stupid. What is its problem? That V is 0. If L to FV is greater than 0, it's not 0. So the stupid version actually works pretty well. Have that, have de-emphasize sorting. I mean, that's not needed. Increase the angle. That it does that on its own, I guess. Because there has to be how can I disable this check without setting something to 0? I believe if I set V to 0, disable region constraints, V equals 0. That's a vector. I mean, that helped immediately. But the path also is worse now. Yeah. Guess I won't disable this. Well, guess I'll have to watch it a bit more closely. I'm not sure why it meets itself here. Which I think is what it does. Okay, there's a path here over this mountain, but it's not met here. So why is... Okay, it leads along here. But it doesn't actually meet itself. Lol, I put the phone in my pocket while driving and it typed a bunch of stuff. I was wondering if you had a stroke. I was a bit worried, but that's fine. It's actually a funny message. Okay, let's crank this up to we are at, if I can find it, 100 nodes in the path. Let's crank it to 200. See what happens. Okay, it doesn't like it. Does not want to create a path. Does not like it at all. Wow. I'm sorry. I too am getting whiplash from this stutter. But wow, there's no point where I can create a path. So I think 200 was too much. Let's try 150. And not here. Not here. You could give me one. Are you linking with just OpenGL? Let me show you in a second. Wow. No paths at all. So I have to somehow decrease the angle requirements that sounds bad. So linking. I am linking. Where am I linking? Oh, this is old, by the way. This pipe wire stuff. This also. Here I am. I link with libm, which is libmath, x11, xinput, OpenGL, pulse, simple, which is a simple variant of the pulse audio, and pthread for the audio thread. And I think I need all of them. I definitely need libmath, libgl, and libpthread, and libpulse. X11, I think yes, pretty sure. Xinput, I also think I need that. Yeah. And just for completeness, this is what I linked with in OpenBSD, which is basically the same. libmath, x11, xinput, OpenGL, pthread, and for OpenBSD there's also libusb HD for the controller input. The game built in OpenBSD too? Yes, yeah. It I was about to say that it runs better on OpenBSD, but I'm not quite sure. It runs really, really well for running on OpenBSD, because OpenBSD is slower with just about everything, but not with OpenGL rendering, which is pretty crazy. But it's basically the same on OpenBSD. The only difference is that I stole the SDL controller mapping database header file, whatever you want to call it, and they don't have OpenBSD support in it. It is gamepad.h. Yeah, this is just a giant list of game controllers and how they are mapped, because game controller manufacturers are all stupid and every controller makes it different. So every button is different on every controller. So there's a gigantic list that SDL and I think Valve made that you can use, and there are mappings for Linux, Windows, and macOS, but not for OpenBSD. So OpenBSD, the only controller that works is my PS5 controller that is hard-coded. So yeah, that's super annoying. But yeah, on Linux, all gamepads work. At least I tested all the gamepads I have, and also hot plugging works too, so you can unplug and replug controllers, which is super nice, which I haven't had on the OpenBSD port. Yeah, but Linux and BSD are really similar, so there's not much in way of porting work to do. Why was it so dark here? Okay. What is this path? Why is it so large? Weird. I think mostly of the OpenBSD slowness is due to the aggressive mitigations. Even hyperthreading is disabled by default. I'm not quite sure. I think it has to do with security stuff. But well, actually, I say that it's more slow, but what I actually mean is that it uses much more power. But that's because their scheduler in their kernel doesn't have I'm not sure what it's called. It just churns at the fastest rate it can all the time. And yeah, with Linux on my laptop I get about twice the battery life than I get with OpenBSD. But it's also, yes, the boot process is much slower, the shutdown process is much slower, the Firefox runs much slower. Do you dual boot? No, I wiped OpenBSD from the 2 computers I have and put Linux on it. But I mean, that's okay. Installing Arch Linux is a hassle, but you get faster with it, and all my config is just a few dot files that I carry around. I've heard that their kernel is not tickless. I don't really know what it means. Yeah, that sounds like what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm also not sure. I'm not a kernel expert. Do you prefer the 13-inch ThinkPad instead of a bigger one? Yeah, sure. It's just I walk around with a laptop quite often in my flat. So I did have a, what was it? I think 15-inch MacBook Pro 10 years ago, and that was just a hassle. These things are so heavy, and the bigger screen, I mean, you get used to a smaller screen. It's just side by side, sure. Bigger screen looks better, but you just get used to the smaller screens. I mean, as we all know from our phones. So yeah, 13 inch is basically every laptop I had is 13 inch, except for this one MacBook Pro. This looks so noisy on the minimap. I should increase the resolution. Oh, I don't need to render 4 times as much pixels for the minimap if I just zoom in the minimap. Okay, so let's call this a partial success. Add path direction heuristic using dot product dev func math run.c, and then we can check if I can't make a better minimap. For that I need tile.c. So now I have to decipher this code that I've wrote half a year ago. That I've written half a year ago. Which is actually just a conversion. Why don't I just call it minimap? That would be nice. Minimap. Visual map of world tiles. Yes, index color buffer. Let's just rename this real quick. Struct minimap. And run.c. Okay. Tile.c. So let's make this 126 by 256 by 256. Oh my god, my English. And then I need to go into I'm not quite sure actually. I think it's yeah, this is it. So bnyx, this times 2 times 2. Let's call this width and height. That's wrong. Height, width, and then here oh god. So this stuff is breaking my brain. This is accessing the tiles in the world, but in a different grid than from what it's used to be accessed from. And I can see this exploding in my face for the next hour. Oh, come on, let me. Hello? Doesn't want me to. But it did not change anything here. Oh, I did change the. Still doesn't want to. Where am I? At 150. Okay, let's go down again. Hello? Okay. Oh, it's still... What did I do? Nothing. What is going on? Does not want to create a path. Was this some kind of last minute change? Okay, so before I continue with increasing the minimap resolution, I'll have to just fix this real quick. So there it is. If I take this out, it complains, of course. If I take this out, it just complains about the V, and then it works. Okay. Less than, let's make it equal. Maybe that helps. Nope. Doesn't help at all. Oh, I think this is... Wait, I should actually run worse now. I mean, with the safety switch, it still looks kind of good. It looks better anyway than before. Well, not always. If the path is null, then What else can I? Can also set VP to EXP. Oh no, I can't. I have no EXP here. Well, let's just, I mean, this is bad. Less than, is this even? Dot angle, dot product angle value. Less than 0. Where were they? Give me the images, please. This one. Oh god. Okay, just give me the image. Okay. So let's just say it has to be greater than minus 0.5. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that makes it kind of good and it doesn't crash. I mean, that looks kind of good. That's no, that doesn't look good. Oh god. I mean, they're better than before, but not great. All right, let me make a coffee real quick. Be right back. Okay, I thought about another solution. That is, I break this out. This goes down here. This goes here. And maybe I should break this out into a function. This too. Actually, what I want to do is decrease this constraint. Every time a path fails. Maybe I should do this with XPA. That doesn't matter. So what I want is that's what I want is to, so for this to work, if I want to gradually decrease this constraint of the direction, I would have to turn this picking of the correct exit, of the best exit, I would have to turn this into not just finding one, but finding all the best candidates and then testing those candidates. For this, if none are found, if none are valid, I decrease this, try again. If none are found, I decrease this again and try again. And only then do I say, okay, forget it, this patch is bad. This patch is bad. Do backtracking. So this is actually a function, and what is this visited? Because I could also just set another flag. Okay, is visited is not a flag. But I do have pushing into arrays. Is there not an easier solution? Don't think so. So I have an array of LNS max, which is the maximum amount of exits that a patch can have. I shuffle these, and then instead of breaking here, first of all I set the number of exits to 0. And I add this exit to the candidates. And then I do while something exp is actually the 4. exp is exits I, And I set this heuristic to minus 8 well to 0. While I decrease the heuristic I mean, let's start it 0.5. Decrease it by 0.5 every time if you reach. Well, actually I don't need this. While this is greater than -1, we try all the exits with the heuristics, with the heuristic, which is this one, and let's just add this EP2. And get vector from old to new exit. Test angle with heuristic. If it is I think this should be greater than yes. If it's greater, then no, if it's less, then continue. And if it hit, can break here maybe, but I can't break out of 2 loops. Actually, I can put this r equals 0.5 and r is greater than -1. char minus 0.25. Oops. Minus equals. I'm not sure if I can do that. Maybe like this. Okay, I can then break. I can set this and break. Test all candidates in EXS for angle for direction angle. For angle of direction change, something like that. Well, this VP2 is superfluous. Just used once. So we set the... Okay, let's name this DV. And let's name this DVN. And let's name VP DVP. Okay. Disable, no. Let's think it through one more time. I go through all patches. For each patch, I shuffle the exits. I look at all the exits, if they're dead ends, etc. and collect only those that are valid. And those that are valid, I test for the angle to keep the path straight. I only keep those. I take the one that is closest to the current angle by gradually decreasing the heuristic, which is the result of the dot product. I'm testing if dv is not null. I have to check that again. So if it, and I'll take the first one of the candidates that satisfies these constraints. So let's see what happens. Okay. Nothing happens. It doesn't find any that work. dv is not, let's take this off. Not much better. So let's check the code again. I start at 0.5. So if the dot product is greater than 0.5, that's a hit. Otherwise, I go to 0.25. Maybe I just make 0.5 steps. I mean, that shouldn't change anything, so that's right. Let's keep it that way. Next patch is exp patch. Okay, let's make this greater. And it also doesn't work. That's weird. I'm missing something here. Let's put this here. Let's put this here. What is dv set to? It's 0. I mean, it should be. But maybe that's a problem. Dot product with a vector of 0. What happens? Everything is 0. Yeah. If one vector is 0, if doesn't this, shouldn't this be like that? I think this is irrelevant. So if this first runs, dv is 0, so it will fail here because this equation, this part of the equation is 0. Which is less than 0.5. It will then go to 0.15, 0.25, then to 0. It will fail again, but the third time it will continue. Oh wait, yeah, oh god. That is embarrassing. Oh wait, is it? Yes, it is. That's I'm conflating the exits with the heuristic here. So this makes no sense. It has to be like this. I've confused myself with this clever for loop, which is a classic. Okay, so then I can't break, but I can set this. How do I get out of this loop? I can test if next patch not 0 break out here as well. Okay. So if I find an exit, I break, and this checks if there is really something set, because this might run dry, in which case the next patch is null, and then it decreases the heuristic. And this works. What is this? Okay, yeah. This is the I have to turn the vector away from map borders. But this is actually not bad. It finds many paths. But they still wrap around each other. Yeah, and then it crashes into the corner up there. It looks like it gets jittery. But I mean, for 2 hours of work, it's actually pretty good. Or maybe 1 hour. There it goes underground. Oh, okay. Here it's soft locks. That's bad. Why does it do that? How could it? That's weird. Okay, with the backtracking. Okay. So it backtracked itself into oblivion, which is not good. Maybe I should just maybe I should just die here. Let's try that. Oh, wow. But I thought this... "20 tries and it didn't get it." Nope. Okay. Well, apparently I need backtracking. I could try averaging the direction vector. Because this turned around quite happily here. Let's try that. I mean, it will turn around if there's no alternative. I'm not sure if I should leave it at that. So I have the minimap, I have the path straightening, and what I have as well as a to-do, I mean, is more work on the underground. Let's just commit that, because it's, I mean, it's not great, but it's better than before, so. One structile, let's see. So what I realized is that the current dungeons are not quite working. The two things that led me to that conclusion is that the player needs more control over the path, and currently the dungeons are just a little, what should I call it? They're a little break from the overworld, not much more. They have an entrance and an exit and might have fun gameplay, but they are not part of a bigger whole. They are just, well, there to spice things up, which is not enough for this amount of content. So, while thinking about how the player can have more control over the path, I had one idea, which is that the player follows the path on the overworld, but every now and then there is a staircase leading down, and the player can take it or cannot take it. If they choose to take the staircase down, the path will continue underground in much the same fashion, and the same thing plays out in the underground. The player will come across a staircase every now and then, and they can choose to go back to the surface, and these staircase moves would then be permanent, so you couldn't go back down. At least that's one idea. But what would happen is that it would end your path on either the over or underworld, and it would continue on the other side. This is just one idea, but the basic need is that the player has more control, and the dungeons as they are now, the player can choose to enter them, but there's not much consequences. So I want consequences. I want choice and consequences. And, well, I'm sad to say that this is another huge chunk of work waiting. And it looks like this. So before, every dungeon looked like this, with the 2 entrances and exits. But the new version looks like this, which is like on the overworld, patches that are connected, that the pathfinding algorithm can choose a path through. And these will be connected to their neighbors. This is a rough cut. I took a bit more time with this one. So this is more representative of what it will look like. This is a rough cut. The work never ends. That's true. That's true. But I think, and same with this one and this one. I think this looks really good. This looks actually pretty good. I would want to jump in there and play. This is a type of polish I'm not sure I can keep up with for what I will have to do to all of these others. If you look at them, they are not, well, they're not cut up into pieces. That's about it. Cut them up and connect them with these letters. Oh, sorry. Getting whiplash. But yeah. To be honest, watching you dive around the world gives me the itch to play the game. That's good. That's good. Thanks for saying that. I was also really surprised by this color layout, which I really like. But I mean, there's not much to play right now still. Which brings me to another point. I did look at the features, and particularly what are the green things? Those are just bushes. Just bushes that came with the random placement algorithm I have on. So bushes in a cave, I mean, not that topical, but yeah, just bushes. I did look at the features, and I have these thief bounty hunters, which is a real head scratcher, because it says, let's forget about this, so just notes. A bounty board in the thieves' hideout that depicts traitors Those who talked or collaborated with witches or Templars. Should the player break the rules, they will be attacked by bounty hunters in the wild. So this says there is a thief hideout and a bounty board and reputation. So this hideout, where do I place this in the world? Because I could of course place it like this smaller village here. But let's say there are bounties on the board that I can earn money for. When do I return to this place? When I'm on a linear path. And well, this is unsolved right now. So the bigger question is, how do I revisit sites along the path if I need to? And there, I mean, the obvious solution is, which then came into my mind, is what Diablo does. Diablo is on a linear path, and if you have to revisit a place, you use a town portal. And that's how they solved the problem. Which is of course boring, but something adjacent would be what they also have is teleport sites or altars. Something, I mean, it has to be some sort of fast travel. And where do I place the thief hideout? My plan, or well, not my plan, one idea is to have, I mean, the first idea is to just place them on the world map, and that's it. But what if I really need the player to go through these villages in a given run? Then what I could do is make the path go through them every time, which is lame. Or I could basically take these villages, place them outside the world map, like here, and mark their position, and then spawn them in anywhere I want. So if I know the player's path comes along here, then I can check these patches for how much space they afford, and then I can spawn in a village here from the tile I saved over there. I mean, this is really large. It would have to be smaller. But yeah, so that's how I envision smaller encounters to work as well. So you have a small patch outside the map, like this one, with earth, and there's a bit of elevation, and then there's a guy standing there, and I don't know, a bit of moss. I will mark this quad here, this patch of tiles, in the game as, hey, this is encounter XYZ, and then I can place this on the path. I would have to make this pretty tight so I can fit it more places. And then I can plant this on the path for the player to stumble across. So these places to revisit would just be an extension of what I need anyways. So maybe I'll do that. But the problem, of course, is that these could be pretty large places. So I would have to have a tier. So a tier of places that are too large, that have to be on the world, but then are occasionally missed, and essential places that can be placed on any path, which could then be actually not huge villages, but maybe just a hut or two that you come across. So yeah, that's what I've been thinking about when I came across this thieves' hideout. And I mean, you could always you could reverse this from what it would be in an open world, where I'll take the World of Warcraft model. You'll arrive at a thief hideout, see the bounty board. I'm sorry. Sorry. You see the bounty board in the hideout, and then you go find the bounty. You could inverse this and say you meet the bounty first. You kill the guy or let him go, and then you get to the hideout and find out, hey, people were actually looking for this person. So that's also an alternative. Just inverting it, and then there would be no need to revisit the hideout, which is actually maybe much smoother to play through. Oh god, my sorry. My voice is not used to talking this much, so I'll have to train it a bit more. So yeah, basically giving the player more control over the path is what I've been thinking about, and the revisiting sites, or not revisiting sites, which I should actually note down because I haven't thought of that before, which is yeah, revisiting by reversing the well, what is reversed? Reversing the timeline of action so that there is no need for revisiting. Okay. Then another thing I have been thinking about is which is kind of adjacent to player freedom and player control over the path, is what if the player wants to stay on one run forever? What would that look like? What is there to exhaust? I know that NetHack runs can span hours, days, and weeks, and I kind of want this. Kind of want that in the game, but I'm not sure how to make it happen. So yeah. And I'm also not sure about the timeline, because so this work should actually be done fairly soon. Because this has a huge influence on the path. So I should probably do this first. Not in any detailed manner, but so that the pathing can work. But this may take a really long time. But what I can do is I can time myself on, let's say, this quadrant, and then I'll know how much long it is, because I just have to take the time by times 15. Okay, I'll take another short break and then I'll make one quadrant worth of underground and see how it goes. What I just remembered is that the colors of the game are different on stream. And I know that I can just zoom in somewhere. I know I can. It's much more reddish, purplish. But that could also be my laptop. Could actually be just the screen of my laptop. Yeah, I can't solve that right now. But maybe I'll experiment with the OBS color. What's it called? Color thing in the codec. Okay, so let's start the clock and chop up some dungeons. Okay, this could be... And I haven't learned how to do this right. So this might take more time in the beginning. I mean, I've learned how to do it right, but not how to do it fast. Maybe like this. That's actually good enough. And then place connections. Yeah. Okay. This is more tricky. Maybe like this. And that doesn't look too bad. Something like this. Maybe here too. Maybe here too. Wait, did I restart the game? Yes. Okay. Where do I cut this? Maybe here. And like this. Oops. And this one. Looks good. Okay. Um, this is not that easy. Oh, I can cross gaps. That's cool. So there's no problem in having these elevation changes. Okay, maybe. Just check how large these are. I mean, it's comparable to the overworld. And I can always reduce them in size, so there's no need to be perfect. Where would this moss? I want sand, please. Oh, that's not even sand. Okay. That's all connected. Okay. Let's go over here. Let's chop this up. This here. I mean, this. Okay. This one in the middle is a bit large, but well, it's also cut in two, that's not good. Or I could just, yeah, do this. Okay. Do I want to? I think so. Okay. This is not connected. I think that's okay. Let's chop this one up. Here looks nice. Like this. And this maybe. Well, this is a bit awkward here. Next one. Let's just chop it up right here. That's not ideal. It's pretty large, but and here. This is a dead end, but I think that's okay. I have forgotten to connect these dungeons with each other. Do that at the end. Actually, cutting along the water is not a bad idea. Okay. Just one connection there. Right, this is okay, I guess. Yeah. Oops. Okay. Mm-hmm. Wait, where am I? Okay, out of bounds. Mm-hmm. Okay. I have not done this one. Let's again cut at the water. Uh, hmm. Um, okay, that was a larger one. Then we can go to this one. Hope I'm still in the same, yes. I'm still working on what I'm supposed to be working on. That's good. Yeah, like this. And here too. Okay. What is happening? Ugh. I mean, is that enough? I think so. Okay, last one, I guess. Almost. Well, not really. 3 left. Okay, this is a giant one. But let's just chop away. Mm. Okay. That's not ideal. That's better. Wow, these large dungeons are a lot of work. I'll leave a bit early today so I can do the second episode. So I can do the second episode of Handmade Hero today. Thanks for the love. Yeah. Have fun with Handmade Hero, Andre. I'll see you next time, if you have time. That sounds fun. Um, Will you be live streaming tomorrow, or will it take the weekend off? Good question. I think I will be live. Yeah, maybe I'll take Sunday off. But I think, yeah, I'll be live. I'll be live tomorrow. Hey Spirit, what engine is this? Can't say I recognize it, but it looks cool though. I wrote it myself, but it's not really an engine. It's just a game. And this is the editor that I wrote. Thanks. Thank you very much. I have all these dungeons here, but they'll have to be split up. So that's what I'm doing right now. He wrote it in POC using NVI. Well, NVI is the editor, yeah. I don't have the slightest clue on how to write an engine. Well, I was there some time ago here. The hardest thing is to know what you don't know. If you know what you have to learn, then you can get it really easily, but it's really a lot at the beginning at least. So, but with some guidance, it's actually really manageable. Well, it depends on what you want to do. If you want to make Call of Duty, then that's pretty involved. But something like this, that's manageable. So I'll have to connect all these. Okay, this is a huge thing. Let's cut that. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of stuff early on, but more reasonable once you get it going, at least for smaller scale projects. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's made harder by the fact that all the books and articles online are about these large engines. So you're always forced to look at it from the perspective of these super large game studios, because they talk to each other about their engines, and that's what you find on the internet. So it always looks like it's insanely complicated, but it's just a computer program. Just have to have input and output. So get the controller input working and output some triangles on the screen. And yeah, that's about it. I think this is super hard to see. Okay, that's a bit better. This is okay, I believe. Okay, then this one. I don't want to make this too complicated. Okay. May I assume that these are procedurally generated for the most part? That you're just refining it and adding the jump pathing manually? No, this is actually all hand placed. Yeah. It looks procedurally generated because I had a schema that I followed, but I placed these all by hand. Like this, yeah. Placing this stuff, setting elevations. I mean, they are not pretty, so it's nothing to be proud of, but yeah, I did it all by hand. And it took about a week for these underground dungeons. And the overworld the same. The overworld was I had a tool in the editor that did some of the elevation automatically, which helped. But yeah, these are also all by hand. Yes, it sounds rather tedious, but that's cool. Yeah, these dungeons, they became really tedious. But yeah, I mean, if you split up the work and don't do them all at once like I did, then that's actually fine. But yeah. And I'm not sure if yes, I could have written a procedural generator, but that's also easier said than done. So they are pretty hard to make them do what you want. That's also a whole process. To be fair, programming in general is pretty tedious at times. Yes, I mean, definitely. There can be times where, especially if you have a goal, have a task that needs to be done, and you can't figure out why it's not working, or you can't find the source of a bug, that's super tedious. But I mean, I like programming itself. I like doing boilerplate stuff. It's like meditation for me. But I don't like super hard problems. Yeah, procedural generation is so annoying to make work optimally. Yeah. I've had my fair share of times where I get stuck on something silly, small error for way too long. Oh yeah, tell me about it. Those are the worst. Those are really are the worst. I have this problem with my what actually is the problem? Problem is with my the recompilation. Sometimes it just doesn't get one or two variables updated in the header files or somewhere, and then the game crashes at super random places. And then I sit there in the debugger, looking at this variable, asking myself why this is crashing, because it makes no sense. And then the solution is to recompile the game. Then it works. That's really bad. And it happens few enough times so that I don't remember to just recompile. Just in case, to rule these errors out. But yeah, that and typos. Typos are also fun. But actually the worst bugs are those where I didn't understand the problem to solve, or the problem, or I didn't understand what the function actually did, and where the whole approach was wrong, and I wasted half a day. Those are actually the worst, for me at least. I generally don't have any issues with typos because of autocorrect, but when something should be working but isn't, makes me die inside. Yeah. Just for it to be the most absurdly specific thing ever in the end. Most absurdly specific thing. Do you have an example? You mean like in the API or something? That was required but not obvious, because that happens often too. I think this is done. Did this one. Did these. So this thing is done, and I am at 42 minutes. 42 minutes, which means let's make it 40. It's generally when I'm just like pasting stuff around and forget to change a single thing, and something like less than equals becomes equals, and I don't notice right away. Oh yeah, those are really hard to find, especially if you're already fatigued and from watching at the code for hours on end. Yeah, those are really bad. Or what I like to do is leave lines of code in where I was checking something to test if that was the error, and then I find the real error, but I still have that line lying around, and that causes another error, and then I'm completely confused. So yeah, okay, let's so I need 40 minutes for a quarter times 15. That's exactly 10 hours. Okay. That's okay. I can spread that out across multiple days to do the whole underground. Yeah. Okay. Speaking of bugs, let's look at what I did today. That's actually not what I did. Check out. What is it? Run. Let's see. Okay. So I still have the shuffling. Let me look at what I tasked myself with. Make the minimap. Have that. Add the path algorithm. Oh yeah. Increase the angle if I'm heading straight for a map boundary. How could I do that? I mean, that's shoving away the path, bending the vector. Good to see that this language isn't that different from C#, so I can kind of understand what most things do, besides the functions. I did use C#, but only for a short period, and that was years ago in Unity. So I'm not versed in that, but I mean it's C#, so it should have some commonality with C. Test candidates. Okay, so what I do here is I have, I'll just show you in game, else that's really confusing. So I have a game where when I start it, it generates a path, which is the pink stuff in the lower right corner. That's the minimap, and the pink stuff is the path that gets generated on the world where the player can walk. And the problem to solve today was to make this more straight, this path. And for that I have this vector that I compute where the path is going in the world, if it's going up or down or left or right, and then every time that it chooses a new exit, it looks if it's too far away from that vector, just to keep it straight. Yeah, all the basic stuff like for loops, if statements, and assigning values. All the arrow are unfamiliar on my part. The arrows are pointer dereferences. So that just it's not much different than a dot. It just shows that exp is a pointer. That's basically it. And it means that if exp is null and I try to do this, then the game crashes. Which it won't do if I have just a dot, yeah. That's basically all. So this is the vector, and this is the dot product test. Okay, so it's just an arrow instead of a dot. Since C# usually just has your reference, whatever you need from said reference. And yeah, if reference is null, shit don't work. Yeah, reference and a pointer is the same. I mean, I don't know the internals of C#, but reference is, yeah, I mean, it's dereferencing a pointer. So it's, I guess, the same. And a pointer is just something where you can change its value from afar. So it doesn't have to be actually be declared in this function. Yeah. So if I want to deflect a pointer, a vector, I have no idea. Maybe I check the internet. Vector reflections, deflecting, okay. What? This Wikipedia? What? Deflecting a vector refers to changing often due to a collision or influence, or I mean, that's exactly what I want. Oh. Holy flashbang. Where's the... Wikipedia, give me the dark mode. There it is. Okay, thank God. Yeah, I'm sorry. Deflection physics. Change of a velocity. Beam of electrons. Deflective efficiency. Where did the search engine find that sentence? Do I want reflection? So the problem is that maybe I can't show it. Yeah, here. So the pink path, it runs into the corner of the world and totally scrambles. So what I want is the vector to not only be straight, but to be deflected from the world edges. If that makes sense. So if it gets near the world edge, it gets bent. So that the path smoothly turns around. That's the idea, at least. But I'm not sure how hard or easy that is. A mirror. I want this. Wasn't there a force field? Force. Oh, contact force. Non-contact force field. Most familiar non-contact force field is gravity. Well, this certainly won't give me something to act on, but gravity is a good point. I always struggle with making reflections, since I rarely do it. You mean in physics, like in a physics engine? Or are you a vampire and you don't make reflections in the mirror. Whenever I want to dispromote a direction, I just check whether or not it's going in the wrong direction and then nudge it a bit. Check whether or not it's going in the wrong direction and then nudge it a bit. Yes. That's but that's a different case. I don't want it to stay on its course. I want it to be turned away. So I mean, I could just not sure. Oh, but what I could do, I mean, this is actually, the closer my path gets to the world boundary, the more I just add to it, it's the reflection of the side of the world. I mean, that would totally work. But it has to be a small area in front of the world edges where this applies, which could just be exponential. And the path vector gets normalized every step, so this could work. So this could be as easy as checking if the path is what is it, lower than this y value. If it is, I know the normal. If the path is going north, I know the normal. I can then reflect the vector with some kind of heuristic of how much, and then that's about it. So something along the lines of making it turn the few tiles it gets from the world border. Yeah, exactly. Imagine a self-driving car in a parking lot. I want it to turn around when it reaches the border of the parking lot. And imagine a parking lot with no obstacles in it. So something like that, yeah. And that could just be, I could just add the reflection vector. Let's just pseudocode this out. And this would happen. This would happen somewhere. This would happen here, I believe. So the algorithm walks these patches that I just cut up in the dungeon. They are also here on the overworld. So this is one patch, one same elevation terrain with borders. So the algorithm walks along these pink exits. So it picks, for example, this exit, and then it lands on this patch where it picks, let's say, this exit, and then another exit, and this way it walks its way through the world. And the vector gets just calculated just by looking at these two exits. Okay, this vector goes from here to here. So I disallow anything on this side. The exit must lie somewhere, at least, in the direction of travel, so that the path gets straight. But I have no rule for the world border, which is, yeah, it looks like this. So yeah, it could, I mean, I should, around here, I should start worrying about the border, which is 292, but this doesn't start at 0. Coordinates on the upper right hand. P is the tile coordinate. 192 and this 256. What is that? Don't laugh at my math skills, please. They're really bad. Okay, so let's say 40 tiles. Horizontally, and that makes, let's say, 60 on the 40 tiles vertically, 60 horizontally, where this kicks in, or maybe more. Well, I'm not sure if this reflection stuff works, because I mean, it helps, I'm sure, but let's imagine the path comes down here and oops, sorry for the flashback. What's going on? Okay, it comes down here and somehow becomes completely horizontal and gets reflected up here, and then it cornered itself. But actually the reflection should work. There's only one way to find out. And I think this should be, so this is for each patch. I should check. Is the pathing just random and then it just saves possible paths, discards dead-end ones, and then just picks the best path? Basically, yes. It's more like pathfinding, where it starts at a specific point in the world, and then it tries. And if it reaches a dead end, it backtracks for a couple of patches, and then it continues trying. and that's how it finds its path. So it's just one path that gets generated right now. There will probably be restarts in this algorithm, or it will run multiple times in one playthrough. But yeah, so the heuristics for what is a good path are super simple right now. They're just don't follow dead paths, don't backtrack, skip interiors of houses because they are dead ends, and skip dead ends. So that's it. That's a good path right now. But this will get more complicated. Well, actually, what will get more complicated is the placement of content along the path. So where the path goes, it is not that important. Because all the locations in the game, this is the plan right now, at least. All the locations in the game can be replaced so that they lie along the path. That is the plan right now. So what I want here is reflect path of all edges, and for this I can just write it here. If so, the game, instead of having procedural generation, has random pathing to make it achieve the random roguelike feel. Exactly. That is the goal with the paths. Yeah. Like if the dvp.x. Yeah, that's pretty neat take. Thanks. Thanks. I just came up with it, so I have no idea if it's actually any good. So I'm working on making it playable as soon as possible, just to find out if it's good or bad, and if it can be salvaged or not. So that's my current goal. And I have to look at the game, the coordinates. Less than, let's just hard code this. Quick and dirty, 550. I'm also assuming that the origin point where the pathing starts is randomized as well. I'm not sure. It could be, so definitely could be, but maybe I will place 20 points or so on the map as starting points, just to make them cohere with what a new player needs, especially. But yeah, that could also be placed, and there will be a tutorial dungeon, so maybe that's not needed, but it's on my list if I needed these 20 or so starting points or more. I mean, there are around 3,000 patches in the world, so there are many to choose from, randomly or otherwise. So if x less than dv 20 different possible start points has a similar feel to random start points, unless you do hundreds of runs. But random points with random paths should make it feel new every time. Correct. That's absolutely true. What I had in mind is you have this tutorial dungeon that's optional, that you can play as a first player, and if you leave that dungeon you land on such a starting point, which should look like you just left a dungeon. So I could decorate it that way, but I could also just do that procedurally. Not procedurally, but with, let's call them prefabs. So little patches of terrain and objects that are saved off map that I can load in and place there. That's one thing that will be in the game for large parts of the content, so I could just use that for the starting patches as well, and then make them totally randomly placed anywhere in the world here. But that is, I mean, it's still kind of far away. A couple of months at least. So how do I reflect this mirror vector to the vector reflection with normal? Wow, what is this? Is this typography for ants? Again, this fact, give me the formula please. Reflection. V minus 2 times reflection in a nutshell. V minus 2 times dot product of vector times normal times, thank you. Okay, so it's do I have that maybe? Nope, but I should maybe, no, forget it, that's a one-off. Sorry, a couple more flashbangs. V minus 2 times V dot n times n. That's it, I believe. Okay. dv is dv okay, that's of course idiotic. Those get times dot to f dv plain normal times plain normal so the normal, just call it n. N is, this is for x, so it's 1, 0. 2 times. Why is it written in this way? Why is it not 2n? Well, cool project. I must get out for now. It's getting late. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. It's been fun talking. I'll be live again tomorrow if you're interested and have time. But programming yapping is always fun. Yeah, it is. And there's always something to yap about. Perhaps I'll check in. We shall see. All right. And thanks, and have a good time with the rest of your evening. So, sub to F. Yeah, I think I'm too tired for this. To make this work in a reasonable amount of time. So let's check what I screwed up. It's 117. Nope. It was N. Oh god. Find path. Okay, that works. Oh, what is, yes, make clean. Add path reflection for formula. Okay. Let me turn on my storage. And while that boots up, I can... Oh, make push. I can log what we did today. That was... What was it? So I streamed. And then... I added a minimap to debug mode. Oh, first of all, I remove the obsolete map code. What did I do before stream? That was... What did I do? I think I just worked on the concepts. Yes. Let's name it... let's just leave it out. It's too indistinct. Okay, that's one. Make paths more straight. Begin underground. What should I call it? Begin chopping up underground. And that's about it. That's about it. What algorithm? Okay. Control over path. Yeah, that's it. Will this crash the website? I don't think so. Looks good. Okay. Alright guys, that's it for me. Thank you for watching. And I will be back tomorrow, not with more underground chopping, but with more... Well, what do I have to do? I could... add the... Well, I'm not quite sure, but I could add the points of no return in the path and the second run and third run of the path, depending on whether the player chooses to move underground or go to the surface. So that could be fun. I will do the underground chopping off stream or when the important tasks on stream are done. All right. Okay, defined. I can't write my own handwriting. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Until then, bye.